Hi, Pichu. Sorry I took so long to respond. I was trying to get some snacks, and I did not have my phone with chat pulled up. So I saw your message on my laptop, but I didn't really want to reach across all of my stuff to hit my unmute to be able to respond. But I'm alright. And I'm honestly kind of surprised no one has made that pun before. How are you, Pichu? That wasn't meant to be. Everybody else has to apologize for it. But hi, Cass. I hope you're doing well. Both of you, if I haven't already said that to Pichu yet. Okay, let me do my face tracking setup, and then I will game. Ah. Sorry, Pichu. Wish I could think of any way to actually help there other than just talking to you occasionally. When I can. I mean, occasionally was not the right word. Not the word I was looking for. I'm not the best about actually being able to talk to people. Even when I'm not busy, I'm not the best at actually responding or thinking of how to say what I'm trying to say. That's always an issue, though. I can never fucking think of the right way to say things. And that's fair, Cass. I hope you can sleep well when you do go to sleep. I cleared out all of the map in between last week and now. Except for, there was a ship here that gave me a ring. I already had Ring of Life too. It gave me the Ring of Compassion too. That greatly increases crit chance. So we can hear the DM say, "Fortune favors the bold," even more often. There's also a ship here. There's a muscle man searching the ocean floor for the perfect round shiny stone. So... And then there's this really suspicious circle that I can't go in yet.
Oh, yeah,
But... Okay. I cannot actually walk on those tiles. Actually, I don't know if I...
After a long voyage, you happen upon the North Isle. On the North Isle, you will hear the
That
tale
looks
of a maiden
so
in white.
suspiciously like Zero. That looks so much like a Zero outline. I think I did already go
Very
to
well,
the
then.
other half,
Prepare to
or the
go
other
ashore.
side area for this isle. Yeah, I did.
The North Isle
Hi,
is
Ami.
home to a range of majestic snow-capped peaks, the grandeur of which serves as a constant reminder to the residents of just how small they are. Having grown accustomed to life on the ocean, Laddie helps you prepare to moor the vessel. Lack, meanwhile, continues to laze about within the confines of Laddie's hood. Looks like Lack won't be needing dinner tonight, you muse to yourself as you unfurl the map. From the wharf extends a well-maintained road, which no doubt leads to civilization.
Glad you're doing well, Ami. Yeah, I did completely... I forget what which was in this chest. I think it was just money. I'm unsure whether I should actually try to... Oh, right, you're not weak to lightning. Both of these are weak to fire. Okay, the hornet's dead anyway. How are you faster than Baron? You have 2 HP left. God damn it. I meant to ask Pichu, what about the game makes your head hurt? And do you mean, like, actually gives you a headache, or do you just mean you don't quite understand it? I mean, it's kind of a really simplistic JRPG mechanics. It's just all of the characters and the world grid is done with cards. It's not actually a card game. There's no deck building or shuffling hands or anything. It's just an aesthetic. You are resistant to lightning. You are weak to fire. You're weak to wind. And I don't remember what you're weak to. Also kinda sucks because both fire and wind I only have on Baron.
Excellent.
Sick. And my only fire attack requires 3 gems. Weak to fire. And I'm pretty sure the harpies are weak to wind. Resistant to lightning. Yeah.
Excellent.
Ow. You're gonna be taken out of the party fairly soon anyway. I don't give a shit that you're low on health. Wow. That mineral. The game also... The first game, at least, was... What?
Okay, hold up.
The first game only ever had 3-person parties.
Ahead of you on the path, you spot a woman crouched on the ground.
This side quest is straight from the first game. They introduce healing items by having a woman with a sprained ankle and asking and making you take her to the apothecary.
It looks as though she's twisted
And
her
thank you,
ankle.
Peach.
She looks up at you and asks, "Don't suppose you could spare any salve?" Unfortunately, you
She
have
requires
no salve.
normals.
The woman rubs her pained leg and
I
hangs her head,
have
lamenting,
healing items,
"Oh,
just not
poor
the
me."
worst kind because they're garbage by now. But she requires the worst type. Oh, that's gonna be the dungeon for this chapter.
And
But I was trying to say... The... first game only ever had... 3-person parties. This game is... It's weird. When you have a maiden other than Laddie in your party, you have her and her attendant, so you have a 4-person party during those sections of the game, which is the majority of this game so far. But we only have 1 maiden left, so... I'm not expecting that to... change. I have considered it might, after you finish the main story, it might let you just have all of the...
you stand on the edge of the forest. As you lift
It
your
might just
foot
have
to
all
step
of the
beyond tree
maiden
line,
attendant
an
pairs
ominous,
available
rumbling
as
voice
party
with
members.
The trees rustle ominously.
The trees rustle
Perhaps
ominously.
It is best not to tempt fate.
Um, but I'm not that hopeful for it letting you just have all of the maidens and attendants at the after you
Fight
finish
'em
the
off.
game. Partly because it just wouldn't really make sense. The first maiden that we met is fucking dead. So is the one that we met last time. They're both dead. One maiden has survived out of 3 so far. Three. I just barely don't have enough attack to one-shot with the 2 times fire. Hi, Cinnamon. You have not missed really any story so far. I know you are more familiar with these games and been more interested in the story. Really all you've missed so far is the, like, transition into the start of the chapter where they had the outline of the maiden. The maiden in white. Maiden in white, and her outline looks suspiciously like an outline of Zero. It's not gonna be Zero, but I would not be surprised if she has a bit of visual parallel to Zero. How does Fruit Splatter make us take fucking 10 damage? Multiple people.
This must be a Stela of the Isle's guardian spirit.
Okay. The ivory spirit is not an animal. Or a lack. Lack is supposedly a spirit.
A well-to-do-looking old man
weird.
calls out to you.
I have no clue
Care
what
to
he's
try your
supposed to
luck?
be. Cinnamon, you know what I meant.
You decide to tempt fortune. The old man says that if you can roll a higher number than specified, you'll win a prize at no cost. A meager roll will require you purchase the prize from him at an inflated price. Now then, let's begin. Today's prize is...
Wow,
The old
I
man
don't
pulls something
care.
from his bag. I'd better not. You apologize to the old man and take your leave. You are greeted by sublime white gates, the likes of which you've never seen, as you attempt to pass through them and enter the city.
Good night, Cass. Rest well.
Someone garbed entirely in white rushes out, as if running from something, and crashes into you. You cannot see their face for the white mask covering it, but the fact that they have a weapon in hand makes you think they're a city soldier.
And these games are really fun.
You extend a hand to the soldier,
Hi,
who tumbled to the
Ryuko.
ground after your collision. Out of my way, the soldier shouts, their voice muffled by the mask, before charging at you. Apparently, they want to fight.
I hope you're doing well. I still never got to fix your server, actually. Oh, I do kind of care that everybody's low on health now. Well... You're fine. And I... Eh. You're fine. I'm going to guess that this is the attendant. The Maiden's attendant. Oh my god, thank you for the recovery rate increase. Holy shit. I'm doing well. Oh shit, I meant to post a picture to my Discord server. Okay, everything is fine. Double heal, especially with the increased recovery rate, was very good. Not lewd, but is of me. I hate that I don't have any white or light or dark damage yet. I get the feeling that this guy would be weak to dark. Just because he's from the White Isle. And, I mean, my server is public if you want to join it, Ryuko. It'll be posted in there. Yeah, he'd be weak to dark. Oh, you did? Cinnamon. I forgot to... Well, one, I forgot to turn on streamer mode on Discord so it says that I'm streaming. But also forgot to join the stream voice. But let me crop that image that I was talking about. It just removes the numbers from usernames, so people can't get usernames from showing it on stream. And it also has all of your settings stuff hidden by default if you go to your settings when you have it enabled. But it also lets you...
sword, then watch as they flee to the west.
It also is what actually makes Discord show your stream title as your status, if you have a connected Twitch account. What, ow? Are you talking about your knee? Or did I do something? Dude. I'm guessing that guy was either trying to be a troll or trying to make a joke, but I literally have in the rules. Because people do this on other VTuber streams, that asking to see my face is going to get you banned. So... So they are banned now. I need to remember to start putting filling out the reason field, because Twitch does let you add comments for why you banned someone. Okay, you haven't seen my face either, Ryuko. Oh, what? What? I did not have OBS pulled up. I had paint. Okay. Did the stream go down for a moment while I had paint pulled up over OBS? Because if it did, that would be why everything was muted. Because I didn't touch any of my audio. I just had paint. Okay, it's posted.
Crystal clear water runs through canals in the white-wreathed city. This place is far more beautiful than any
I
village
wish
you've ever
Twitch
visited.
didn't fuck up audio. Every time it disconnects, every time my stream drops, regardless of reason, Twitch does not connect the audio correctly when it reconnects me to the server until I completely shut off the stream and restart it. Which is why I've started recording stuff on my side. I hate Twitch.
Welcome to Alabaster
Hey,
City.
that guy
The
looks
soldier at the gate
familiar.
greets, though his eyes don't even glance your way. You suppose, as you look around,
You
you
suppose
see
he's busy
soldiers
monitoring the
gathered in
streets.
a ravaged corner of the city. You can't help but wonder what transpired there. Despite that,
Really?
the other residents carry on with their daily lives as if nothing is amiss.
I can send you the page I got
The
it from.
contrast
It was
strikes you
just
as
on
strange.
Amazon, and it was on sale for $10. So let me grab it really quick. It was just I saw it and I saw the little fake belts, and I hated that I didn't hate how it looked, and it was cheap, so I bought it because why not? The belts are fake. It's just elastic. The belts are just sewn in place on either side of the really short exposed bit. It's a lot more obvious on the white one. It's part of why I didn't buy the white one, even though I kind of liked how the black belts looked with the white skirt. It was super obvious through the fabric that the belt stopped so short. Where is Cinnamon in my DMs? There you are. I would count that in a D&D or a Pathfinder game. Just having a comical amount of belts would count as studded leather. Or leather. Either one.
Alabaster City seems intolerant of impurity. It makes you wonder if its history is as spotless as its appearance.
Probably not. Especially considering it's a Yoko Taro game. And like, even though he wasn't one of the
Welcome
writers
to
for this,
Alabaster
it's
City.
still
The
like
soldier bellows in unison
all of
with
the
their
background
colleague to
info
the
is
right
still
of the city
heavily
gates.
like everything is more fucked up than it seems.
Welcome to Alabaster City. The soldier bellows in unison with their colleague to the left of the city gates.
Yeah, Cinnamon, I've seen character designs with enough belts for that. Have you
The
seen
soldier
Lulu?
sternly surveys the people walking up and down the
Like,
street, periodically pausing to write something down on a piece of paper.
Lulu Final Fantasy X. Oh god, let me pull up an image of her. A few. A few belts. Copy image address. Just the comical amount of belts. I love her design, honestly. Like, I usually don't actually like the just insane amount of belts that Final Fantasy characters tend to have, but if you're gonna do it, make an entire fucking long skirt out of just belts and still keep the window for the thigh highs. I love her design. If you're gonna commit, you might as well go all out with it. And still keep the thigh window. Yeah. Lulu is not the only one. I've seen plenty of Final Fantasy inspired character designs that just go insane with the number of belts. For reasons? Okay, what's the...
The innkeeper beckons you in with a warm smile. You inquire as to the price of a room, only to receive a soft, "Oh, that won't be necessary," in response. Befuddled, you ask why. "I could tell from the moment I laid eyes on you poor pathetic lot that it simply wouldn't be right to ask you for money," she says blithely.
Oh my god. Hi, Emmy. Cute bunny. Hiccups. Wait, there's 2 accessory shops here? Okay. Oh. Level 2 rings. Wait. But the normal ones already make you immune to the status effect. What does greatly protects from status effect even mean? Is it just better stats? Is it just better stats? Is that all that the level 2 ones do? Because I don't think having... There's not tiers of resistance against damage either. It's just... It's almost always just a flat amount. It's almost always a flat 5 added or reduced if they're weak or resistant to the damage type. Oh, that wasn't
If I
the
shop
attendant.
here, I'll have to shop next door as well.
The attendant's
mutters
out.
to
Oh wait,
herself,
no, maybe the
as she
attendant has his
peruses the
mask off for
necklaces
that
on
outline.
display. "It would only be fair," she says, trying on one of the necklaces.
Also, since we've already established that this game is
"If anything bad
a
happens,
prequel,
the maiden and the soldiers handle it," the boy says, though clearly bored with the peaceful city.
since we've already established that this game is a prequel to the first game, I'm going to guess that
"The city is safe, thanks to the maiden and the soldiers," the girl exclaims. She seems to have not a care
the
in
reused
all the
sprites
world.
or the reused portraits and the just reused aesthetic for this area in general is going to also tie into the place from
Do your part
the
to
first
keep
game.
Alabaster City clean.
They're gonna
The
also
soldier
leave
holds out a bag,
their
hoping to
island
collect
and
the
go to the
refuse of
other continent
passers-by.
that
What a
the
thankless
black,
task protecting Alabaster City's image must be.
the eastern island went to, which is the setting for the first game.
Your group enters a frightfully disordered armorer. Half-finished bits of plate, pauldrons, and other protectives litter the interior of the establishment. The owner and resident blacksmith is mumbling to himself. Someday, I'll forge the strongest
Okay.
suit of armor in the land.
This is the quest for the best armors.
You ask
The
him
best
about this,
armorer for
and
one
he
of the
proclaims
characters.
that he aims to make a name for himself as a smith by crafting the greatest armor in the land, which will in turn help his business to flourish. Unfortunately, he continues, the ores he needs to produce higher quality armor have proven difficult to procure, leaving him rather frustrated. The proprietor of the shop says to you, if you come across any rare ore, by all means, bring it to me. The purveyor of armor once more welcomes you to the shop and is ready to give your coin a loving new home. What can I do for you? The proprietor asks.
I don't think that card has been voiced ever before. So having it voiced there is a little weird to me. How is Knight's chainmail better than the Knight's plate mail? How? And also the sword is... Okay, it has higher speed and defense for one less attack. I guess that is technically better. But...
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
I am going to get a new weapon for Baron after this chapter is done, so I don't see the point in buying him weapons. Especially for 8,000 gold. Let me buy one normal salve for that random encounter that can happen, because I do want to see what the result for that is. Nothing else new. Actually, were there quality Supreme? Or the Supreme Omnisavs? No. There were not. I'm only talking to you so I can get your flip side story. Have I not talked to you in one of the villages? Okay. I gotta go back. I gotta go back. This is important. I do also want to check what the 8,000 gold items were in this area. Oh, I did finally platinum the other game, the first one. So I have all of the lore for that game available, and I've been meaning to go through and read all of it, but I have not yet, because there's a lot. It wasn't you either? Fuck. Shit. Okay, that one has 2 higher attack for 1 less defense. And this one has 2 less defense for much higher speed and 2 attack. I might... Money isn't gonna be an issue, I don't want the feeling of having wasted 8,000 gold. Because I didn't remember to check this one first. But that armor is just better. Yeah, ironically. Well... No, it does give less defense than the Knight's Order sword. Funny. I think they might have done that backwards by accident and just never bothered to fix it. Okay, really, why is Knight's armor worse than Knight's chainmail? The plate mail should absolutely be better. Or at least higher defense. I'm fine with it having the speed decrease that the chainmail doesn't, but it should absolutely have more defense than chainmail. I got the item shop. Right? That's probably gonna be the final boss. Wait, no, the final boss was all the way at the end for the first game. So I don't know. There's also 3 still locked here? Who would be here? Is there gonna be a secret Maiden? Well, 2 of them are going to be the Maiden in White and her attendant. I don't know who the 3rd one would be. That's what I'm confused about. Hey, he's still taking baths. Also, if you never take it off, how do you clean it? How do you take care of your armor? I was gonna add to that, especially because if you're bathing in it, water is really bad for high carbon steel. Oh, I've already read that one. I've got yours. I feel that, dude. Oh. Cool. This game is rated T, by the way. Wait. Where is the ESR? Yeah, T. Mild suggestive themes. Yeah, it's just you. Where have I not talked to you? There's only one place you can be. Rated T for the fuck. The only place it could be is the West Isle, because I did all of the games at the game parlor.
A man bumps shoulders with you as he attempts to rush past. "I'm so sorry. I'm late for my match," he exclaims. He hurriedly explains that he's on his way to the arena where the strongest in the realm are gathering to compete. "If you think you stand a chance, why don't you join the tournament?" he suggests, then dashes off.
I'm probably not gonna do that right now. I'll probably do that on stream, but after I finish the game, post-game. Cool. Oh wait, the final boss in the last game was also in monsters, not characters. Damn. The muscle girl is not in this game. It's only muscle man, not muscle woman. We've been robbed. There's also only one tier of harpy in this game? Siren, sorry. There's only one? Also, there's no ogres. Huh. The ogres are not in this game. And there's only 2 tiers of the goblin. And 2 of the lizard men. It seems just in general they only kept 2 types of each enemy, with some exceptions, like the sea bunny, there's 3. Because it's new to this game, I guess. Oh, there's only one of the dogs. Actually, hornets are new to the... or wasps, sorry. Are new to this game too, and there's only two. See Mochi. These guys are not new to this game, and they're all three still here. There's also only two of these, and these are new to this game. Pretty sure these are new to this game as well. Although there are three of them, so... This guy is new to this game, and there's only one. I know what this one is, and it is related to the imp, but... Emochi? We still got a lot of enemies for the,
A number of warriors are gathered around the Crimson Maiden. Oh, I just bit my tongue. Sorry. A number of warriors are gathered around the Crimson Maiden. They all seem to be speaking about problems in the Dominion.
That's the third one. The third voice line that has not been trimmed correctly. In a game series that is entirely around the narrator, the DM. Hi, Holly. Well, not entirely, but, like, he's a pretty big part of it. They've had 3. There weren't any in the first game that were poorly trimmed. All of them were done correctly. 3 of them. Now.
The Crimson Attendant watches over
Man
his
bit his
charge
tongue.
wordlessly, but pride lurks in his expression.
I kinda doubt it, though. This game did only come out... like 4 or 5 months after the first one did. All 3 of the games released within a year of each other.
Among the townsfolk peacefully going about their day, you see 2 young women making quite the racket.
Hi, Uni. Also, she cute.
It's all your fault, one woman shouts at the other, whose eyes run with tears. They appear to be fighting.
Okay. I hate that my first thought, seeing the maiden and her attendant, is the fact that her attendant is the only person in this city who is not white with white hair. And concern about where that might go. I don't expect that to actually be an issue, but
No fighting, Lack exclaims in a rare bout of righteousness.
Anyway, she's not quite
Get out of
as
my
zero
sight,
as
you
I
weird puppet,
first
the woman retorts.
guessed, but she's still somewhat. I'm just waiting for a flower to start growing out of her right eye.
Lack is shocked. She may be right about Lack being strange, but you admittedly feel a bit bad for it. The self-assured woman is Lanka, the ivory
Wow, I
maiden
wonder
and
where
keeper
that
of
name
the
comes
island's
from.
destiny.
I wonder where the name for the white maiden named Blanca, sorry, might come from. I fucked up the
The
joke.
woman being berated is Krim, the ivory maiden's attendant.
What has he got on his cards?
The women explain that they were entrusted with killing the deserter who ravaged the town. Lanka claims that the deserter escaped because of her bungling attendant and noogies a fist against either side of Krim's head. Lanka gives your group a long, appraising look before whispering, "You'll do nicely." Consider this a great honor, she continues.
Cinnamon.
Orders you to help her in the search
No,
for the
I
deserter.
mean the the Latin word for white.
You had wanted to ask
I know
her
you're
about
being
her maiden's
sarcastic,
relic,
but
but now it seems you have no choice but to obey her command.
okay, what are there? Okay. Oh my god, all of her attacks require at least 2 gems. What the fuck? Wait, how much is 3? I guess I don't particularly need a heal spell on Laddie. Well, I don't know what else to give her, actually. I definitely don't need double heal with, Soul Reservoir. I guess I could just give her the 0 cost damage option, but if I'm not gonna do anything with her, I would rather just use the, give me 2 gems, please, thing.
This area is off limits, the soldier says, stopping you in your tracks. You know what happens to those who enter the shrine unbidden, warns a paper pasted to the gate of the shrine. Alas, you don't know, and are left to wonder and
Amazing.
despair.
I'm pretty sure I said Latin because I'm pretty sure it's similar in Spanish as
You
well.
wonder if the masked soldier you saw earlier could be the deserter the Ivory Maiden is after.
And both of them are Romance languages.
You inform her that the soldier fled to the west. According to the maiden and her attendant, a woodland known as the Mystic Forest lies in that direction.
It's also blanc in Spanish.
The Mystic Forest is a dense wood. Travelers who have ventured through the closely packed flora claim to have experienced mysterious happenings within. Upon entering the sprawling forest, you notice Krim trembling as her eyes dart about. When you ask her what she's worried about, she explains that there are
We're in
rumors
Vietnam.
of talking trees. She suspects
Oh,
it's the work of
hotbox.
specters.
Did they hotbox it with cat pheromones?
That's just superstition, Lanka says condescendingly.
I'm not gonna give any context to that joke. I hate that they disable
Fight him off.
the filter visual effects when you start a fight. I want the fog in the fight. God damn it. Laddie, fuck. Why do I still say your name wrong? Both of you are resistant to wind. I'm probably still gonna do more damage with air thrust than the other one. I also forgot to give them rings. No, wait. The wasp is weak to it? I thought it was... I think it's the other wasp is resistant to wind and weak to fire. The one with leaves around it. Having a 1 gem damage and seal, possible seal, is really fucking good. It is not. From Yakuza. I also forgot to check their abilities. Abilities. Wind and bolt resistance. 3 HP per turn. Okay. Immunity to poisons. And light proof. Okay. And you get that. And you, I guess I'll give you the fucking Ring of Evasion, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so it's gonna be Laddie, Baron, Lanka, Krim. I think Lanka went first, anyway. What the fuck?
Tree. A
We got
somnolent
Wispy
tree
Woods.
looks in your direction. If you wish to go further, heed our voices, the tree says eloquently as you approach. Lanka, who had claimed talking trees to be mere superstition, shrieks loudly and holds fast to Krim. Thinking at the attendant's chance to lord this over the maiden, you glance over, but Krim, in her surprise, has fainted. Her eyes rolled back into her head. The
Sure.
tree continues to speak, unbothered by your party. Healthy trees are rooted in honesty. Frail trees in falsehood, it says. You wonder if the tree's enigmatic words are some sort of hint
I
to
wonder.
get through the forest.
I wonder if it might be a hint. What the tree says after it said, if you want to get through here, listen to what I'm saying.
And fight.
One. Oh, Krim is first. And she has nothing she can do for one gem. Okay, that's a bit excessive for the animation.
Magnificent.
Cool. You're weak to lightning. Thank you, Pichu.
Magnificent. You did great.
Having Krem go before is annoying.
As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a weak voice calling to you from behind. Serves you right, it says. Immediately afterward, you are assaulted by
I
countless
probably should have
pebbles
talked to that
and
tree.
make a swift retreat. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. Did it hurt? The tree asks in a weary voice. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. You feel an energetic aura bursting forth from the talking tree.
So what I'm getting from this is that the game is going to punish me for wanting to fill out the map.
Fight him off.
Damn.
Magnificent.
They fucking dead. They're weak to wind. It's dead anyway.
As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a lively voice behind you shout, "Good luck!"
Cool.
After doing as the sprightly tree said, you're able to move forward. It seems that the tree near the entrance spoke true. If you lose your way up ahead, perhaps you should listen to what the other trees have to say.
Wait, why is she going first now? Why is she going before Baron now? They're tied. They're tied for speed. Is it random who goes first if they're tied? No, because Krim kept going first when she and Lanka were tied. But Baron went first in the last fight, and the stats didn't change. They're still tied for speed.
The ivory attendant complains as you make your way through the dense trees, repeatedly invoking Lanka's wrath. Each time, Laddie pats the crestfallen Krim on the head. You hope to pacify Lanka, but rather than being soothed, she simply pouts.
Okay, she's just a
I'm
bitch.
a brilliant maiden. I deserve better than this. She explains that in Alabaster City, Maiden and Attendant are decided by national decree and cannot be contested. It appears each island's Maiden and Attendant have a unique relationship.
I mean, two of the Maiden Attendant pairs were just fucking. Two of them were just fucking. And that was their relationship. And then one of those two pairs that was fucking
Don't hold back.
had a child. Baron's going first this time.
Excellent.
Both the ones that were romantically involved with their attendants died, yes. But one of them was because they were just part of the Maiden's ritual. Or they did the Maiden's ritual, and that's what happens. It's sacrifice, a human sacrifice. And the other one died from childbirth complications. But she was also just gonna do the Maiden's ritual, so she was gonna die regardless. Well, Prem is paralyzed.
Magnificent. The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The tree enthusiastically teaches you the
You
way.
know the way.
The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The tree directs you one way in a frail voice. You hear the whispers of a small tree's voice in your ears. The voice is frail and followed by a sigh. It sounds
Damn,
like the
dude.
tree really hates travelers.
Chill. I'm literally just vibing.
Fight him off.
Die. Wait, shock doesn't do electric damage? Krim only has light damage. didn't need... You didn't need to crit. It was dead anyway. It did not. Six damage. Whoa. Alright, time to get fucking blasted.
As you walk through the tall grass, seeing you distracted by the voice.
Oh, it's just a normal
nearby
encounter. I'm gonna
monsters
fucking
take the
destroy
chance
them.
to launch a surprise attack.
It actually one-shot. What is this one's animation? Ah. Oh, it's not an AoE, it's a single target.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Shit. It's whatever, Baron will one-shot. Probably. Yeah.
Good work.
Sorry, I had a spoon in my mouth. Probably.
After defeating the monsters, you pause to catch your
Oh.
breath. Suddenly, your surroundings start to distort. When the warping finally stops, it appears you took a wrong turn somewhere and must find your way anew.
Is it really? It's really gonna clear my map every time?
And fight. Magnificent. Magnificent.
Pichu. No, it didn't. The crit did 21 damage. Crits do 1.5 times damage, which means the base attack already did 42 and would have one-shot anyway. Oh my god, please. Actually, no, he does have the crit up ring. That does make sense. 666 gold. Okay.
As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a lively voice shout from behind. Yes, that's right.
Thank you, Cinnamon. Another 2 times money.
And fight.
Everything here is only weak to fire. And the only fire damage I have is on Baron. Why is your damage so fucking low? Granted, it's only one higher, or one lower than Laddie's, but still. Why is your attack so low? Oh man. Seven damage. Oh man. Okay, I can still fill out that bit of the map. Oh, shit.
The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The words sound as if they're being wrung out from the tree
Whole
itself.
7 damage.
You wonder if you can take them at face value.
Of course not.
You hear snoring nearby. When you look, you see what appears to be a healthy tree You gently shake the tree, and despite having just awoken, the tree speaks in a lively voice. "My apologies," it exclaims, then leans. When it does, you see a path on the other side. Apparently, the tree is allowing you to
Thank
pass.
you, weird tree.
The tree suddenly begins speaking to you. You know right away that this tree is lying, and
I
quietly
can't believe the
leave
tree would
the
fucking
area.
lie to me like
The
that.
tree suddenly begins speaking to you. The tree trembles in its frailty. You wonder if it fears humans.
You're weak to lightning, and I fucking hate you. I hate the frogs. They suck. The frogs have a skill that just seals your entire party. It's garbage. It's bullshit. Come on. One more. Prim. Okay, it didn't do it. Oh, cool. Oh. Okay. I'll take another one of those. For free. Hell yeah. Hi, Moggy.
Fight him off.
No paralysis this time.
Magnificent.
What's this animation? Ah. Okay. Oh, health recovery counts as a status buff in this game. Instead of just being a thing. It was not a status buff in the last game, so you could stack it with other buffs, which at least I don't remember it being a buff, counted a buff in the first game. And which meant you could stack it with something else. Yeah, chill soundtrack is nice. It's not only Keiichi Okabe making the music for this game, but he is one of the composers for the first two games. He is not
Magnificent.
listed as one of the composers for the third one, though. So...
As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a gloomy voice calling to you from afar. You think you're so clever, it says.
Get fucked, tree. Okay, they're still making the maps in a way that lets you fill out... Oh, they're still making the paths in a way that lets you fill out the map, still. So... good.
Excellent.
Oh. Okay, it didn't kill, it's
Fortune
fine.
favors the bold. Fortune favors the bold.
Shut up. Please. There he is.
At last, you corner the deserter deep in the forest. You won't get away, Lanka shouts. Pressured by the maiden, the deserter takes a step back. Leave me alone, the masked soldier pleads. But the ivory maiden pays their words no mind and charges into battle.
You think they wouldn't rely on their human sacrifices so much for running society? Or not running society, but for for doing things that are important for society. Like committing murder. Tracking down and murdering traitors. Also, like, no one in this party had any issue with coming along to come fucking kill this guy, apparently, I just realized. Comfy is good. Three of them. Three of them. He's probably resistant to light, but I still want to... Not resistant to light, okay. I still wanted to seal, if I could. Really need self-heal, honestly. Yeah, bitch. Oh, he's immune to paralysis. Okay. I mean, he still can't do anything other than basic attack for one more turn. And he's probably gonna die. Okay, especially if Baron crits. Hi, Skelly. Hi, Harpy. Time to murder. Kill.
The Ivory Maiden's powerful strike cleaves through the soldier's mask. Broken, the mask crumbles to the ground in pieces.
It's either one of the royalty
Everyone
or the
gasps.
Maiden's mom. Or sister.
The face beneath the mask
Sister.
looks just like Lanka's. I just want to live, the woman says, glaring at your party. Realizing that everyone is taken aback by her appearance, she seizes the opportunity to flee deeper into the forest.
Oh, shit.
Lanka, absorbed in her own thoughts, hasn't an ear for
Do
Lack's
you have a twin or
words.
something?
Though originally tasked with killing a deserter, you find yourselves faced with a woman who bears a striking resemblance to the Ivory Maiden. You get a creeping feeling that something sinister lurks beneath Alabaster City's pristine facade.
Wow, what a surprise. What a surprise.
Okay, want me to... You make your way toward the forest exit.
I guess.
By the time you make it out of the woods, Lanka has returned to her normal self. You explain that you're on a journey to help Laddie become a maiden and need the maiden's relic. Lanka tells you that the relic is proof of her maidenship and more precious than life itself, then promptly refuses to give
I'm
it.
gonna guess we are going to follow up. Wait, I just realized it's not Lanka. Their appearance is the same as Krim's, but with the colors inverted. She had the bit of Krim's hair that's white. She had the same shape, but it was black on white hair.
Lanka has returned to her normal.
What did I record on Apex? Oh. I know what I recorded on Apex earlier. Pichu was there for it.
The Ivory Maiden's powerful strike cleaves through the soldier's mask. Broken, the mask crumbles to the ground in pieces. Everyone gasps.
Okay, her bangs are the same as... her appearance is a bit of a mix of Lanka and Krim's.
However, in honor of you helping her on her nationally decreed mission, she agrees to accompany
Yeah, I was
you
gonna
to the
say,
spot.
I'm expecting
A
the
maiden
rest
must
of
always be benevolent, she
Lanka's
says,
story to
her
be,
eyes
we're gonna
shining with
raid the
pride
castle
at
and
her
figure out
lofty
what the fuck is
position.
happening. I'm guessing. We're going to break into the castle. And we're apparently not seeing that girl again because we got her flip side story already. And Pichu, I recorded the end of that game. Oh, that's who was right there. Oh. Once had a friend who I adored. We'd been inseparables. Shared the same favorite foods, colors, flowers, foods, and people. All things the same. Our thoughts, voices, even faces. No voice to cry suffering. No mind to think. To explain what I was talking about with Apex. For the current anniversary event, they have Team Deathmatch as a game mode. The match I played earlier today. Team Deathmatch is... each team has 2 squads of 3. Because the main Battle Royale mode is squads of 3. And everybody on my squad left except for me, and everybody except for one person on the other squad on my team left. So I had someone who I could not communicate with. I could not get assists with, because you can only get assists with people in your own squad in Apex. I couldn't really interact with them at all, besides just technically being on the same team and trying to be near them. The other team didn't even get 20 kills. I had almost double the entire other team's kills by the end of that match. Even though they had twice as many people as us. Because 2 people on the other team also left. They just all sucked ass. And with only 2 people on one team, it was a lot easier for just the 2 of us to stick together and not split up at all. Which, the other team just didn't think to everybody there group up. There would not be much we could have done if all 4 of them were grouping up, especially with the Rampart that was camping behind her AWOLs. They just didn't. So it was almost always the 2 of us against one of them. Wait, what did he say? Not the easiest place to explore with some snacks in hand. Yeah.
You escort Lanka and Krim to your vessel. I'm surprised.
Wow,
it
fuck
even
you,
floats,
Lanka.
Lanka whispers.
You
I
suck.
never thought the deck would be stained in a maiden's blood, you think to yourself as the ungrateful words leave her mouth.
Thank you, Baron.
As if sensing your murderous
Kill.
intent, Laddie looks at you and takes
You
deep
insulted
breaths,
my boat.
urging you to take your own.
It did not register to me that the spire that she was talking about was this one. We're not going to the castle, I guess. Not yet, anyway.
What a desolate
The
place,
first maiden
Lanka
did come
murmurs.
with us to the spire, and then
You
we went
suppose
back
it
to
is,
her
especially
island
compared to Alabaster City.
and did her maiden's ritual. I guess we're going back to depressing.
You all stand
World.
before the altar. The
We're
Ivory
going back
Maiden
to
and her
Laddie's
attendant
depression
included.
village. I
So
guess.
what do we do here? Lanka asks. As if on cue, Lack begins chanting his mysterious chant. As the screams of Lanka and Krim fill your ears, you surrender yourself to the dazzling light. After passing through the altar and entering the heart's domain, neither the Ivory Maiden nor her attendant can contain their surprise. Lack, wise in the ways of this world, quickly briefs them on the situation. After digesting Lack's words, Lanka turns to Laddie and says, "Your heart is quite a dark place." Laddie hangs her head heavily, tears in her eyes. Your mission remains unchanged. Somewhere, there is a heart scar that must be healed. There's a heart scar to the west, Lack says. Trusting in his words, you head that way.
I forgot about Anxiety Town.
Fight him off.
I just realized these guys have the same design as the sword that I got from the Maiden in Black. Bruh. The same theme in their visual design, I mean. Oh, it would make sense that we come back here now with all of the light damage that these guys have. Wow. Oh, they're not... At least that one's not weak to light. Huh. I figured they would be. Orb. Egg. I guess egg is orb, yes. Baron's gonna one-shot you at that low health regardless of what I roll there, with a base 15 damage against you. Oh boy, treasure.
Don't hold back.
Butterfly boys. Wow, they have higher... Oh shit. They tie? They have tied speed with a Baron and Lanka? Okay, it's dead anyway. I keep forgetting to go put Baron's new ability in, because I don't really need self-heal. I really need to figure out a better way to position my mic. I kind of feel like I should have just paid the extra money for the slightly bigger mic arm. Burdenberg. Really? Burdenberg?
You reach Burdenberg,
Welcome
a
back,
town
Ami.
rife with Laddie's woes. The residents here cannot help but hate those who lay bare their true feelings. As soon as you enter the town, your nose is assailed by a strange odor. It appears a muddy marsh has inundated the place.
I should probably heal Lanka. Despite how bitchy she is pretty useful. I still did not put Baron's new ability in. Her AoE is 3. No, I'll be fine. It's not super important that I do. It's not something that I'm actually going to be using in a lot of situations. I just... Come on. Hey. That's still not a kill. Okay, I guess self-heal is going to be useful. Please paralyze. Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to increase the... Oh, hi!
you see a girl gleefully playing with the mud. Upon closer inspection, you recognize her as Fila, the Azure Maiden. When you introduce
You're
Fila
both
to
adorable.
Lonka, the Ivory Maiden responds sardonically. You seem to be having a lot of fun for a maiden, says the one who looks like she's itching to have a good time. Fila replies playfully. It appears she hit the nail on the head as Lonka's face reddens. How dare you, the Ivory Maiden shouts, though nothing more makes it out of her mouth. Don't cause trouble. You hear a familiar voice.
Miss Bunny,
It
adorable.
sounds like the Azure attendant.
Pichu.
Suddenly, Hyde appears, splashing around in the muddy marsh.
I forgot you got a gift sub to Noshi, Amy. Or Noshi?
Hope you will.
I've been a little inconsistent on how I read her name. Her emotes are very good, though. Most of the time I've been reading it as Noshi, though. Sort of based on just, I feel like it would be pronounced like that because Noki is a food pronounced Noki.
Magnificent.
It's really good, too. I'm not really sure how to, describe what Noki is. Noki. Gnochi. Yeah. I was hesitating a little bit on whether I should call it pasta. Because they're weak to fire? The weird fucking baby-headed horned bowling pin things are weak to fire? Anyway. Yo, Muscle Man is back.
What should we do today? The man murmurs to himself as he uses mud to craft a human-sized doll. When you ask him what he's doing, he says that he doesn't have any friends, so he's making a mud buddy.
Oh no. I like Krem's design.
Thinking it might get lonesome with the mud buddy as his only company, you decide to become his friend. The doll begins to wriggle and writhe before transforming into something that looks just like you. This is all possible thanks to the mud, he says cheerfully, happy to finally have a friend.
Oh, I thought I was gonna have to fight it. RP had the same idea, I guess. to... I honestly wasn't sure these guys even had weaknesses. Because I hadn't actually gotten any weaknesses to happen. From what I remembered, anyway. I had assumed the first time we came here that they would be weak to light. All of them. But... I didn't have light damage at the time, and now I do, but that doesn't... Nothing's weak to it. From what I can tell.
You see an old man gulping down the contents of a mud-filled cask.
Dude.
When he notices your party, he suddenly asks, "You young'uns up for a challenge?"
Oh my god. Black, go! Drink the mud.
As if a human could ever compete against me, Lack says. But then, the old man flicks Lack's forehead, sending it soaring.
Damn, okay.
Don't overdo it, you caution him, well aware of his age, when suddenly his fist comes flying at you. Despite his elderly appearance, he moves swiftly. He can easily hold his own against you, and your duel results in a draw. You've got a long way to go, the old man tells you, as he drinks mud from his cask. To your surprise, the residents seem rather grateful to the muddy marsh at the town center. You decide that it may be worth investigating.
I'm filling out the map first.
Don't hold back.
Okay, are any of you weak to water? No. Okay. Cool. Oh, right. I forgot Krem is weak to... Or not weak, resistant to, poisons. Immune to poisons. Weak to wind. Okay, that makes sense. That's what the sirens are weak to, and that's what it seems to be based on. I mean, he was clearly drinking it. She'll kill whatever she hits. Or not. How do you deal... Oh no, she wouldn't have. I can't math. I am an engineering major and I cannot math. It would depend on the consistency of the mud, I guess. What, Pichu? You're not dumb. Wow, there was nothing. Okay.
It appears the volume of mud in the marsh has decreased. Perhaps because of all the uses the villagers have found for it. From within the marsh, stairs appear.
Central Burdenberg. Aha.
Hope you win.
Okay, that looks threatening. And it has 24 attack and 43 HP. Yeah, it's threatening. Holy shit.
Magnificent.
Krem, you're not gonna be able to do anything this turn, but it's fine. You'll be fine. They're weak to light, never mind. Krem is going to be able to do something this turn because I'm not gonna use all 3 of my gems on destroying this thing. You're not dumb either, Cinnamon. Just to make sure this thing is not... Emmy Thick can confirm. Emmy Pretty. You should believe it. Both of you. You should believe it. Hi, Arissa. I don't know what you're weak to. Okay, not lightning. Electricity, whatever. Why is V2 Studio running so slow right now? Yeah, this game is directed by Yoko Taro. Which is really the only reason I know about it at all. These games had no marketing after they were announced. After the first one was announced, anyway. I mean, the stories...
Magnificent.
He didn't write the games other than the third one, which I haven't played yet. But the stories and the lore definitely still have Yoko Taro feel. They're not as overtly depressing. The two that I have played. I mean, this one is, like, pretty clearly about depression and anxiety, but not to the... They're not depressing and sad to the extent that... Or fucked up to the extent that most Yoko Taro's games that he actually wrote himself are. Most of the weird, depressing, sad stuff is in the flip side stories that you can get for most of the characters and enemies. Or the just weird stuff. There's...
You dumbass!
Thank you, Cinnamon. I still need to fix the full thing. I need to go find a video. Actually, I have... not on hand immediately, but I do...
to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Not on hand, but I can find a video of the full thing pretty easily to go download and... Space! Wow, rude. Yona! I love Jameson Price's voice. I'm gonna spend this turn just healing, because I don't know where the boss fight is gonna be, and the only enemy left is paralyzed for another 2 rounds. So, I might as well. Okay. Brother Nier is very pretty. However, he is not voiced by Jameson Price like Papa Nier is. So, clearly, one of these is just objectively better than the other. It's the one that's voiced by Jameson Price. I fucking love Jameson Price. I love his voice. Thank you, Magi. Oh, that's stairs. Okay. The glitch effect happened to be on its, like, strongest bit in the animation when it flipped over, so... I want to see if this thing is weak to fire before I start wasting my starting gems on water damage. I think I already tried making sure if it was weak to light. I don't think it was. Okay, not weak to fire. Unfortunate. It is weak to light. Shit. It's weird to me that the regen effects... Actually, all of the stuff that depends on per round applies at the end of the round. Which is... Oh, I guess... No, it would be the end of the round. If it was the start of the round, it would also apply at the start of combat. Hi, Cheeky. Die. Yeah, I get why people like Papanir. I don't particularly care about one over the other in terms of story or writing. Though I will admit that Tiff's reason for liking Papanir just because of the weird, I guess not weird, but the, like, stereotypical, shonen protag lines that he has coming out of an old man's mouth is very amusing. I will agree on, about Tiff's
Fight 'em
point
off.
there.
Magnificent.
Huh. Interesting. Also not weak to wind. What are you weak to? I should have attacked the other one. That one already went. The other one hasn't. I should have attacked the other one. No, it has? What? When? When did it... What? Not weak to light. I should have attacked that one. She is not immune to seal right now. Oh, that's an animation. Oh, wait. Shit. No, this is fine. Okay. I mean, even then, just blinking animations are not going to cause any real difference to performance, so there's no reason not to. If there's already blinking animations for when it is more noticeable, I mean. Weak to light. Okay, what? Oh, she just takes forever? I forgot you cannot go diagonally here using the stick to move. You have to use the jump feature to move diagonally. Which is really weird, considering it does reveal on diagonals. The Fog of War cards do get revealed when they're diagonal to you. I mean... What are you weak to? That one's also gonna be weak to light, isn't it?
Magnificent.
Doesn't matter, its defense is low enough that it doesn't matter. Nice. I don't know what that means. The wrathful. Edgy. Oh. Yeah, I've only played DMC 1 out of the DMC games, and the first, like,
see a little
2
girl drowning in the
chapters of
marsh.
DMC 2. I actually don't even own 5. I own 1 through 4, just not 5 yet. And I'm probably not gonna bother buying 5 until I get through the first 4 games.
Without a moment's hesitation, you leap into the marsh to save the girl. You swim to the girl and grab onto her, but she smiles as if her drowning had been an act and praises you. You really are a hero, aren't you?
Sorry, my brother messaged me on Discord. Just a moment.
The girl then gets sucked into the marsh and disappears.
She fucking dead. Oh. Stairs. Wait, there's 2 sets of stairs. There's 2 sets of stairs. I still haven't found out what the pixie the fairy things are weak to. These are weak to light. I have not figured out what you're weak to. It's not water. I don't think it's lightning. No, it's not. Oh, Baron. Oh, shit.
Magnificent.
I probably should have used self. It's fire. I have no reason to use fire on these guys. Their health and defense is so low. I should have used self-heal with Baron. Deadly poison hurts. It's 2 to 12 damage every round. It averages out around... I think for 2d6 the average is... 8? I want to say 7 or 8. But still, even that much is a bit in this game. Maybe not this late in the game, but it's still like... a sixth of Baron's health? You're weak to light.
Fortune favors the bold.
They're both probably gonna die, so I probably don't need to worry about getting rid of the deadly poison. Yeah, it's definitely gonna die. I don't know if it does damage and then ends combat, though. I would hope it... Okay, it just ends. I have light damage! It's 4 gems! Oh my god. Why?
Don't hold back.
Oh, that was louder on the input meter than I thought it would be. Sorry if that was noticeable. No, I want to try to get rid of you if I can. Or get rid of your ability to use the deadly poison skill. Paralysis is more important than 5 extra damage. I don't need to worry about the other one right now. I know it's weak to wind. I don't need to think about it right now, though.
Magnificent.
I'm not going to use the seal. Oh, I'd rather it just be paralyzed. I don't want to overwrite the paralyze. Why does it not show the health on the status screen? But is Baron a suit-powered fuck machine? Okay, sure, I'll take it, game. I'm gonna guess this one is the optional path. Wait. Do they both go to Lower Burdenberg? Yes. I'm still going to assume the other one is the optional path because that one had the cutscene story stuff with it. The one I was moving off of there, I mean, was the one that had a cutscene and everything.
Don't hold back.
Okay. The baby is weak to fire. I think it would have been better to just use charge spell with Laddie. Come on, one too low for the paralyze? Oh, that doesn't matter. I don't care if Baron gets sealed. He doesn't matter right now. I mean, really, anybody would have been able to kill it there. Regardless of who got sealed. If it went through. Which it didn't. So it didn't matter anyway. Yeah. Cool. Unfortunately, there are options that are actually competitive against the status immunity rings in this game. So I don't care.
Show 'em what you got.
Everything here is weak to light. I need to change Laddie's skills. You know what? You die.
Two fight as one.
Two fight as one. Cool. Everyone's full healed. And now Krem is back to where she was. Cool. Bro, stop. Chill. Thank you, Emmy. I mean, there's not really a reason to use both Mirage Burst and Power Charge. I think during a boss fight, Mirage Burst would be better, and Power Charge doesn't really have much use outside of boss fights. Ooh. This map is just gonna be really boring, isn't it? Stay safe, Pichu. Oh, did it not? Amy, please eat. I think I just want to kill the other one. Everybody go get food. Please take care of yourselves. Oh, that's fair. Cinnamon. That is a zone emo. Okay.
Good work.
I never actually watched anything from Zone. Woo. More Supreme subs. More of them. I didn't have enough already.
Fight him off.
I'm gonna delete this baby fucking bowling pin. Get out of here. Please? Thank you, Krim. Thank you. I very rarely actually watch bigger streamers, and usually when I do, it's just to have something in the background, which is how I do any stream, really, so I don't tend to actually watch bigger streamers for anything, really, unless none of my friends are live. Because I just lurk. A lot of the time.
Fight him off.
What are you guys weak to? The ones on the right. I'm gonna try light. I feel like I would've... No, it's not light. What are you weak to? I swear, if it's fire damage... No. Go eat! I still don't have to find out what those things can do. The Reptant? That's Baron's outline.
You see a familiar figure in the center of the marsh. In the depths of the strange mud-filled town.
Persona 4!
Yourself. Or rather, a shadow of yourself. As you look closer, you realize that mud oozes forth from his feet. It appears that he is the source of the mud. With an ecstatic expression, he scoops the mud at his feet and calls it talent. The talent for fighting. The talent for making friends. You have used your various talents to lead Laddie on this journey. The shadow points at Laddie and speaks. Talent, yes. Something you lack, he tells her with a haughty laugh. That's not true, you say, objecting to your own shadow. The shadow just laughs and sinks to the bottom of the marsh. So this is the heart scar, Krim gulps, as she stands before the horrendous light.
The text in this one is different. Go eat! I don't recognize what Shem means. But it looks like a German word. And Hass? Spite.
Along with the voice, a giant shadow emerges from the scar. You stand ready.
I mean,
to
that would
fight
be my
the
guess,
monster.
Cinnamon, but... I don't know for sure. 200. It means shame, not sham. Ooh, 8 damage to everyone for 3 turns. Or 8 attack, I mean. For everyone for 3 turns.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Can I seal you? Probably not. We're gonna find out. No. I figured not, but... I'm gonna guess Paralyze is also resisted. But I do want to make sure. Yep. Okay. What? That was more than 8. That was a lot more than 8. What the fuck? That was 23 on a roll of 8. Jesus Christ. Ooh. Attack down. Or her attack up. And I don't know. Magi. I do not have an answer there. Thank you, Cinnamon. 3. Almost the lowest I can roll there. Still, even the minimum 2 roll is quite a bit when it applies to everyone and all of their attacks.
Fortune favors the bold.
Man, I love that crit for 1 extra damage. Kill.
Within the shadow's final words, you sense sorrow. Laddie was entrusted with the duty of becoming a maiden. Thanks to her talent, she was loved by all. But it was a false love. No one would truly love someone who was destined to disappear. When people discovered she hadn't the makings of a maiden, they stopped caring for her, and she descended into the darkness of desolation. After defeating the shadow, you use the Maiden's relic to heal the heart scar. You successfully restore the town and heal the wound on Laddie's heart. Your mission fulfilled. You decide to return to the world you came from.
I think that's just better in every way than the Black Maiden's relic with that upgrade. Armorer. What? Oh. Cool.
It's so good of you to stop by. The man, you give him a reluctant pat on the arm. Your companions looking on with wry amusement. You spy an old man vigorously working out and ask him what he's doing. He tells you he has to work out in order to be able to keep up during playtime with his grandchildren.
Damn, how fucking buff are your grandchildren?
Fila and Hyde look perfectly content as they splash about in the water. Such a sight is no longer possible anywhere but this world.
Yeah, because Fila's fucking dead. Wait, why did it give me... Why did it give me the flip side stories for all of the shopkeepers if there were still more of them? Because there apparently were still more of them. I hadn't actually visited all of them. No accessory or... Oh no, the apothecary is just lumped in with the item shop in this game. No accessory shop? I wonder... if Anxiety Town had shops added after I finished its area, its boss. Does not look like it, no. The town inside me.
The woman is adorning a love letter with blossoms. It looks like she means to decorate it with pressed flowers. With the door opened by the self-proclaimed spirit spell, you leave the heart's domain behind. Upon your return to your original world, Lanka and Krim look weary from their unbelievable experience. Laddie, meanwhile, is fast asleep on the floor again, recovering from her sudden change of heart. Her sleeping face, which you'd seen occasionally at the grotto, seems to have softened a bit from the anguished way it looked before. Thanks to the Ivory Maiden and her attendant, you've accomplished your mission. You prepare to take them back to the North Isle.
Just jump all the way across that water. Oh. Well.
As you make your way ashore, you see an impeccable line of soldiers in white armor awaiting you. A welcome party? Lack asks. Though the atmosphere is far from welcoming. In accordance with national decree, we have come to apprehend the rebellious maiden, the soldiers say.
Lack, I don't know why you expected anything good from this. I think I know their answer, but...
According to the soldiers, allowing the masked soldier to escape in the forest was a huge infraction of national decree.
How do they know about that?
Lanka hangs her head. Apparently, National decrees are matters of utmost importance to maidens. A soldier, who appears to be the squadron's captain, claps Lanka in restraints. The maiden must be educated, the captain says. Dispose of the others, including the attendant.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Show 'em what you got.
Oh, of course, we don't get to fight with Lanka. She's just not contributing. Cool. I'm pretty sure these guys were healers in the first game, so I'm going to attack them first, just based on that. One HP? Why? I'm gonna try to paralyze. Nope. I wanted to try to paralyze one of them, or both of them, just to not let them attack. But I guess not. Oh boy, 4 damage. Cool. I really wish Krem's moveset was better. If she had at least something, at least one thing that only cost 1 gem, that would have been nice. But no. No. I forget Baron is immune to attack down. I think he is, anyway. The crit, it mattered that time.
Magnificent.
There would have been like 2 HP left, I think. The paralyze. Oh, sick. I was gonna abuse the paralyze to just heal to full with Krem. I doubt there's going to be another fight before I get an opportunity to rest at an end, but I might as well. Paralysis is really dumb. So is freeze, but I don't think I've gotten anything that can freeze. Except for the first maidens. Either hers or her attendants freeze. One of them had a freeze. I don't think I've gotten a freeze permanent unlock, though. No, I haven't.
After defeating the soldiers, you spot neither hide nor hair of Lanka. According to Krim, the maiden will likely be taken to the Foundation, a school beneath the palace.
Oh
to
boy,
be
we got re-education
educated.
camps.
You begin walking toward the palace in hopes of saving the maiden, dragging along the faint attendant. Lanka, she murmurs. Oh, Lanka.
Yeah. I could rest at an inn here, but I'm at full, so doesn't matter. I don't have any
You
rare
shake
ore.
your head no, and the smith looks crestfallen for a moment. He quickly shakes it off, then composes his face into a
Game has
business-ready smile.
autosave. Oh, right. This one had the normal rings. The other one had the rank 2 rings. But, yeah, I don't... Yeah, I just looked at my money. I'm already back to 25,000. Money... Wasting 6,000 earlier... wasn't going to matter. It still feels bad, though. I think I do actually want the... Oh, the Ring of Compassion already increases. Yeah, I'd rather... I don't care a ton about speed.
The palace gate that leads to the Foundation is blocked by a burly soldier. It doesn't look like you'll get past easily. You place your hand on your weapon, but before you can strike, Krim beckons
Yeah,
you
just
over
kill this
to a
guard in
different
the
route.
fucking street.
According
Right
to
in
her,
front of the castle.
there's a hidden passage leading from the Maiden Shrine to the Foundation.
Totally
Beneath the edge of
a
the
great
shrine
idea.
is an old door. Could this be the entrance to the hidden passage? You push open the door and descend the stairs dug into the very earth. The dimly lit passage seems to go on for miles. This place gives me the creeps, says Lack with a shudder. There are no ghosts here, so don't worry. Though I can't say the same of enemy soldiers, you warn them. Then continue quickly on your way.
Preemptive self-defense. Ah, the Roman method. Yeah, this is sure going on for miles. Oh, okay, there's multiple. Okay.
Beneath the
Oh, no.
Alabaster Palace
That was it.
lies
That
the
was all of the
foundation.
miles that tunnel was
Within the
going for.
sunless corridors echo the
And all of
sounds
the enemy
writing,
soldiers that were down
day
there.
in and day
Which
out.
was exactly 0. Okay, this is a big room.
It appears a diary of sorts has been left on the desk. Within its pages, you read orderly lines of text that say the following. Nothing further is written. You replace the diary atop the desk.
Harpy is still here because it's looking more and more like... Yeah, it was cloning garbage that you joined on earlier.
You see Lanka peeking out from behind the door. But something's not right about her.
That's not Lanka.
That's not Lanka, Krim whispers, her whole body trembling.
There's another one.
The mysterious girl then dashes off somewhere.
Okay? Goblins? And a Taurus? Oh. Yeah, that just showed up. Well, I guess the website's down. The source for it was always there, and the page is always loaded, so it just shows to anybody who joins, but it's just completely transparent if no one is in the voice chat with me. The website went down apparently though, so... Five... Come on. Krim. Come on. Now they all get to go and the Taurus is gonna fucking hurt.
Magnificent.
I guess Krim's not doing anything this turn. Please kill. Max roll. Please be weak. It's not weak. But it didn't matter. Crit. I don't think the crit mattered there, but I wasn't paying that much attention to it. So... Ow. Why you guys hurt so much? That one's dead. Thank you, Baron.
Excellent.
Yeah, the crit ring was definitely the one to stick with. Having a higher chance to do 1.5 times damage, definitely the better choice over 4 speed. Woo. A whole 4 extra speed. In a game with a set turn order. It is dependent on speed, but... like... after the first round, the turn order, or the speed, doesn't really matter.
Don't hold back.
Fuck. Oh no, Cinnamon. Oh, Cinnamon, thank you for reminding me. Well, thank you for the throne gift, but also thank you for reminding me. Someone anonymously suggested a gift from the partnered store for a baby seal plush. I don't know who it was, but I accepted it. I'm assuming someone that talks to me on Discord somewhat regularly, because I do have the seal as my this is Thancred. I get to add a "This is Thancred" sticker to my laptop. Woo. I still need to get Play-Doh or something to put over my the logo on my laptop, so I can put a sticker over it. Thancred is a Final Fantasy XIV character. And in Endwalker, he has a scene. He has a gameplay sequence where in Endwalker, during gameplay, the pop-up dialogue got portraits added to it. The dialogue that pops up during gameplay segments, I mean, the not cutscene dialogue. They got portraits added to them with Endwalker, and Endwalker also has a scene, a section with him that just says Thancred. This is Thancred, with a portrait of him also there. The real Thancred was the one inside us all along. Or it's the real whatever was inside us all along.
The Maiden is property of the city, the girl recites repeatedly.
Ah. Well.
The Maiden shall not ask for anything, the girl reads aloud.
Lanka's carbon copy. Why can I stand on the same tile as these desks if it's not going to actually do an interaction? The whole party just gets up on the desk and does nothing. T-poses over Lanka's. What was this one's name? Look-alike. Okay.
It is an honor to be chosen as a maiden, the girl whispers to herself. The maiden's relic is more important than life itself, the girl transcribes.
That sounds familiar. Oh, I didn't need to worry about getting those uncovered now. I knew they were just walls, I just wanted to fill out the map, but I'm gonna have to go back through that corridor anyway. On the other side of the wall, so I'm gonna get it from that. It is... I really want it. Are you weak to fire? Yes. That is what you're weak to. So, I've been thinking about it. These dog enemies, their portrait does have an equivalent in the first game, but it's not exactly the same. It's just this game's version is based on the one in the first game. The first game's ones didn't have heads. Crit. For the last 2 damage that he was gonna have left.
Magnificent.
Okay, now please paralyze. Please. Thank you. Okay, my... Cool. I love the internet. I forgot I also have auto tweets turned on for my Throne gifts. Why did I just like my own tweet? I didn't remember making the tweet, so I just hit like on it because I... Yeah, anyway,
An empty basket lies at your feet. What could this possibly be for?
Ah, shit. Lanka's dead ringer. Oh, come on. Chest. I'll take it. Of course, Cinnamon.
And fight.
I doubt it will be reflective, but I do usually look out for that. Thank you, though. Hey. Now paralyze the other one. Yeah! Paralyze and freeze are so fucking dumb in these games.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah. Okay. After playing Souls games, especially how much I play them, any video game enemy dog, fuck them. Also Resident Evil dogs. They also suck. And also the Modern Warfare dogs. They all fucking suck. Also, thank you for the head pats, Pichu. I meant to say that. Well, that and most of the time that...
corridor, you
I
find an
think
open space that looks to be a small room.
The only times you fight
When you
them are
peer
the ones
inside-
stuck in cages, and the ones with crow heads at the end of the game. And the ones stuck in cages, you just kill them in the cage. No mercy. And the ones with crow's heads, I don't remember actually anything about them.
Not like anyone comes through here anyway. The guard grumbles as he half-heartedly surveys the area. I doubt he'd notice an intruder until they slapped him in the face, you say in astonishment.
I honestly don't remember the ones in Hemwick. Only in the rooms the guard is patrolling. Can I go ahead and save now? Because I can't. Fuck. I want to go back and save because I want to see what happens when you get caught.
And
Oh, cool. Everything lands. Oh, hell yeah.
magnificent.
Depending on the role... No. It would be better to let... So Baron would need a roll of 3 or higher. A 50 chance. 50... No. 3 or higher would be a 60% chance. And... so he would have a 60% chance to kill. However, Krem has 2 lower base damage, but her attack that adds 2 attack is +5, so it would just be guaranteed. Paralyze one of the dogs so they can't do anything.
Magnificent. Magnificent.
I love seeing enemies do 6 damage and then it immediately gets healed. 5 or 6 damage, and then Laddie immediately heals 5 of it. Krem cannot attack. Krem can't do anything. Except generate gems. I didn't know you could buy Blahages on Amazon. I thought you had to get them from IKEA. Does IKEA have an Amazon store? I mean, regardless, it's not like IKEAs are uncommon. You could probably... I would... personally would rather just go to an IKEA. So I know that whichever one I buy is not people fucking trying to scam me. Impersonating IKEA. Good. I need a new pillowcase, actually. Actually, it is already past when I would normally end streams, so I think... decent chance it's guaranteed. I do think I'm not going to see what happens when I get caught here.
You make it through the room without the guard noticing. Laddie's expression reads of relief. As soon as you leave the room, you hear the soldier say, "Time for lunch." He then promptly leaves the area.
Oh, come on. That's all I had to do? That's all I had to do? Okay, there's more of them. This room has 2. Oh, man.
2 soldiers survey the area.
That is... What? What is this path?
Blanca should go first. Krim begins, then gasps and covers her mouth. "I'll go first," you say in the stead of a speechless somebody. Then take the vanguard.
Yeah, thank you, game. Oh my god. Timing here is so dumb. What the fuck?
Thinking that you should be fine after coming this far, you let your guard down. When you do, you overhear the guard speaking. "Break time," they announce before heading off somewhere.
And just permanently leave. Leaving no one to cover their section. What great guards. Oh, okay. I'll take it. Bruh. A crit. Oh, I think it's dead. Yeah, it's dead anyway. Alrighty, Cinnamon. $23, $28, $17. That's not gonna kill. Unless she crits. But I can just guarantee a kill. No. I do want to take advantage of the double damage. No, I think the other one would have killed because it's the value it gives you is misleading. I think it does more damage than it says it does. I'm gonna pass with Baron here, so I can test it. Yeah, that shouldn't have done 19 damage. Krem does not have 25 attack. That only would have done 19 damage if Krem had 25 attack. 2,000. Damn. Sure. Oh, what a surprise. The baskets are filled with babies. Clone babies.
While most are empty, there are a few in which you see a humanoid shadow. As you bring your face closer, the shadow does as well, then blinks its eyes. Whatever is within the basket is undoubtedly alive. Chills run down your spine, and you step away from the basket. And fight.
Good night, Cinnamon. Can't remember if I said that. But good night. Slit. 24. Damn. Figured the poltergeist would be weak to light. Bitch. And ghost. Okay. Slick. Oh, I need to add Slick to my soundboard. To my sound redeems, I mean. If you guys don't know who Grapefruit is, please go look up Grapefruit Slick compilations. And also watch some of his videos. Grapefruit's good. I need to add someone to my Shadowrun campaign named Rick Slick. Oh. 6,000 until the next level for Baron. I should probably just heal him at some point. Oh, this whole room. What? Why? What?
As you reach the bottom of the stairs, you see a group of soldiers. You quickly conceal yourselves in the shadows to take stock of the situation.
Why is that where the... Also, I was not expecting a stealth section in this game.
The surveillance is even tighter than before, so you'll have to proceed with the utmost caution.
Oh.
That guy is always slacking off, the guard gripes, as you flee quick as your legs can take you.
Oh. That's what happens when you get caught.
Somehow, you manage to shake off the soldiers. You'll have to watch their movements extra carefully so you don't get caught.
Is it just any? No. It's if you get in their red area. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, if this is just gonna be a wall, why not fucking show me that it's just a wall? Oh shit. Ah. These patterns are really annoying. Oh, come back, Emmy. Okay. I'm good. To just go. And
You've
all
successfully made it
5 of
past the
them are gonna
soldiers.
immediately go to lunch. Black?
Then, Lack starts to sniffle and snuffle, clearly about to sneeze. But Laddie swiftly covers its mouth and nose, stifling whatever sound threatens
Thank
to
you,
escape.
Laddie.
Lack, practically smothered by Laddie's hand, looks like it's having trouble breathing.
Why does it have to breathe?
Just then, you overhear a messenger informing the guards that they've found evidence of an intruder. All of them hurry upstairs.
Oh, okay. Not a break. Just an intruder in the area we came from. And they all rush to it. The area we're no longer in.
And fight.
Gargoyle. Oh, it has 22 defense. Okay. And 24 attack? Holy shit. Okay. It's gonna be immune to paralyze, isn't it? No? The stone statue is not immune to paralyze. Sure. They're both paralyzed. I mean, they can. With magic. Not immune to wind. I wonder if light. It's weak to light and it's still... Come on. Oh. Oh, come on. I need to stun him again, because he's going to unstun after this round. Well, it will waste his turn this round first. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can see. Fucking kill it. And you kill that one.
The door is shut tight. you see what appears to be a keyhole. You might be able to use the foundation key here. You insert the key and turn it. You're rewarded with the sound of the lock coming undone.
Oh, I just saw the care package redeemed. Thank you, Emmy.
Please endorse me as the next Maiden, she says, then offers you something.
Hi, Prince. I hope you're doing well.
I wonder what my attendant will be like, the girl whispers as she spins in place.
Of course.
Don't hold back.
Can I paralyze the poltergeist? I won't be finding out right now. Bruh.
Magnificent.
Really? Okay, that was a bit much. You were only missing 5 health. You didn't need to heal 30. Enemy. Foe.
Don't hold
FOE. Okay, can I paralyze the poltergeist? Yes. That's funny. That's really funny. Why are ghosts not immune to paralyze? Amy, adorable.
Excellent.
Miss Bunny. Please stop. You're cute. Okay, please just die now. Treasure. Is the gold gonna be in the... It's gonna be in the right one again. I've noticed that the last 3 or 4 I've gotten have had the same items in the same spots.
As you approach, the girl smiles at you gently, then bows elegantly. As soon as the girl sees you, she steps back and looks ready to cry. It appears she's scared of something.
Okay, I'm gonna guess there's a boss fight in that room. And I'm going this way. Yes, open the door. Put the key in the keyhole.
When you pull the key from the keyhole,
Bruh.
it snaps in half. You won't be able to use this key anymore. The girl sobs. "I'll do my best," she wails. "So please, spare me." And fight.
Okay. An extra 1 damage. They're both paralyzed.
If I become a maiden, will I forget this place? The girl asks, then hands you something.
Okay. Well, I found 2 heavy doors and I have no key anymore. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to go do that mini boss? Maybe? To get the key. Hey. Hey. Oh, fuck. These guys have freeze. Okay, Krim can get healed later. I would rather they not get attacked while frozen. That would hurt
Good work.
a lot. Oh, they flipped it this time. Ghost.
Through this door are the school depths. You can hear someone crying on the other side. That's Lanka, Krim exclaims. You and Krim both take a deep breath before kicking down the door.
Can I please have a chance to heal first? Oh, they're doing the Maiden's ritual right now. Well, I guess Lanka's gonna die in a moment. Wow. Okay.
You find yourselves in a dimly lit room. You feel the eyes of the shadows upon you. Lanka, surrounded by the shadows, has her gaze downcast. You saw everything, didn't you? She asks. You suppose she's referring to all the girls who look like her in this school, and the shadows that exude her aura. The Ivory Maiden tells you the truth of the city, which was locked away deep within her memory. This school is a maiden farm.
Whoa.
It was established to
What
churn
a
out
surprise.
maiden after maiden, the linchpins of the island. To keep the city forever prosperous, Lanka despairs, saying that everything from her existence to her pride as a maiden were all manufactured by the city so that she could serve as a spare. Dully, she points her blade at you, almost as if she wants to be hurt. Guess you can't settle this without fighting her.
Krim's only attacks are a damage type that she's resistant to. Krim's only purpose here is going to be to heal. Wait, did she heal? Oh, she's not resistant to light right now. She's resistant to electricity? Is she going to be resistant to everything but light? Oh, cool. Okay, please don't kill Krim. Okay. Oh. Convenient. Bruh. Bruh. Hey, 12 extra damage for the whole party. Right now. Oh, fuck. Fuck healing. I'm going for the damage. Krem can get healed later. Add 3. I don't think you can be resistant to physical. Nope. Oh, she can. What? Thank you, Pichu. Well, I'm out of stuff to drink and... Ooh, that's good. I can start fights with an AoE 25 damage light attack.
I know you are, Krim whispers as she holds the fallen maiden.
AoE 25 light damage.
Krim
at the start of a
confesses
fight.
that she's grateful to Lanka for spending time with
Every
a
time.
fool like herself and treating her kindly from time to time. She continues to say that she would serve Lanka of her own will, even if it went against national decree. You see the two acting like you've never seen
The only
it before.
self-care package thing I could really do right now is
Lanka is the one crying.
stretch
Krim comforts
and sit
her.
up.
Having reopened their hearts to each other, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant reflect upon their newfound happiness. I must say, this was a splendid rescue, Blanca says, looking a little more like her old self, though her eyes are still red and puffy. You have successfully saved the Ivory Maiden. Now, to escape the school.
It's gonna...
If you make any noise, the soldiers will find you. You must
It's gonna
flee
restrict
as
me from
quietly
using
as
a
you
bellwether,
can.
isn't it? Yep. It did not restrict my jump, though.
Though it looks exactly like any other altar you've encountered thus far, touching it does nothing of note. Atop the desk, you find an evacuation route guide. It appears you can escape through the door going straight on from this room.
Oh.
Someone has scrawled the numbers 5731 at the bottom of the page.
What? Do they have keypads? What?
On the door, you discover a device with numbers.
They
on
have
it.
keypads?
You enter 5731 and hear the door unlock.
Oh, that's fair, Harvey. I didn't even think about combination locks.
Magnificent.
I mean, a device with numbers could be a combination lock.
Magnificent.
No. I don't care about the seal here. I just want the light damage.
Magnificent.
Oh, I know. That would have killed. It doesn't matter. It would kill either way. I'm pretty sure. No shit. Right. It would not. I need to make sure that Blanca still has her ring. I don't think she will. So... I don't even remember what ring I put on her. Not skills. Not abilities. Why is there so much delay between when you can input? There's so much input lag after an input. I think I would rather have the crit chance. Oh, wait, does that... It makes her speed tie. Does the... Yes. Yeah, I don't really need the extra crit chance. It would be nice, but I would rather not have RNG on who goes first between Baron and Blanca.
You open the door and find yourselves back in the city, bathed in white light. You rejoice, having escaped from the heavily guarded Foundation. After everything that's transpired, though, you know that the Ivory Maiden and her attendant cannot remain in the city. Lanka expresses a desire to travel the world with Krim. I think that's a great idea, Krim praises. Of course it is, Lanka replies somewhat bashfully.
Wait, but...
You can't, Krim exclaims, when you try to return to the Foundation.
But there was another...
There they are. You hear the shout of a soldier as you try to flee the city.
There was another door.
Now that the Ivory Maiden and her ivory attendant are fugitives who know the city's secrets, the streets are flooded with soldiers looking to apprehend them. You're overwhelmed by the number of soldiers and are quickly surrounded. You have no recourse but to fight.
Fight. Fuck 'em up. Thank you. Six. That's good.
Magnificent.
Okay. Oh, cool. Yikes.
Fortune favors the bold.
Fortune favors the bold. I really wish this dude didn't say that so much. Hell yeah. Even more. More. Die.
Magnificent.
That's a kill. It would have been 2 HP
Excellent.
without the crit. And try to get the stun off again. And it works. 4 HP left. Okay. I'm going to abuse Paralyze again to heal. The only person that needs to heal is Laddie. I might not. Yeah, I don't care. She has regen anyway. Permanent regen. So, die. I mean, this game is really casual. It does not need to be abused. Game mechanics, I mean. You don't really have to abuse
Your
the game
party is
mechanics,
reaching
but
its limits. You realize that you might all die here, but take this as proof that I lived. The Ivory Maiden
remember
says
us.
to Laddie as she hands over her maiden's relic.
Remember that we...
After briefly speaking to each other, the two rush into the crowd to save your lives.
Oh. We're gonna watch them get fucking destroyed, aren't we? It reset my... It reset my... I think if you got lucky with RNG, it might actually be possible for these two to win this fight. No, actually. No. Not with them doing that much damage. Regardless of whether you get paralyzes off, you would die on round 2. I'm pretty sure. And then you would have to keep that up for like 300 rounds of getting a paralyze every round. With only one paralyze skill.
It's a losing battle. The sharp blades of the soldiers cut through the women.
Why worded like that?
The two gaze at each other as still warm blood flows from their bodies. Regardless of Lanka's origins as a spare, it's clear that she and Krim shared a bond of friendship that could never be replaced. You realize that if you don't move now, their deaths will have been in vain.
3 out of 4 maidens have died. at the ends of their
You take
storylines.
Laddie, who screams silently at the death of her friends, and flee the city.
No, they were just really good roommates. Bungling. I was right about the second part of Lanka's storyline involving raiding the castle, though. There was just an intermission for continuing Laddie's story in between those two parts. I kind of don't care about that.
You have finally gathered the 4 relics, one from each of the maidens you have met on your journey. Laddie's maiden preparations are complete, and Lack celebrates by twirling in the air. The time has come to see your mission fulfilled. You make your way to the Spirit Spire in hopes of saving your home.
Alright. I am gonna look at their stories. Their flip side stories. And then I'm gonna end there. Yeah, they were gay. They were in lesbians with each other. Hi, Yuri. Woo-woo. All right. Oh, I do want to... Well, there's no one... I might do the tournament in the West Island. Or on the West Island. Off stream. I might do that on Discord. Wait, what? You just died! You just died!
You spot a young woman with a familiar face. Timidly, you ask, "Krim?" She fixes you with a sharp gaze, as if to say, "Don't talk to me."
What? And you're one of Lanka's
You
clones.
spot a woman. You spot a young woman with a familiar face. Timidly, you ask.
There was another untrimmed
Lanka?
voice line.
She offers a tender smile and says, I am the maiden. Is there something I might aid you with?
Was Lanka also being cloned? I do want to see what that other door was. I might do that before I end stream.
You hear a soldier's voice from the other side of the door. You decide not to press your luck and leave the area.
Okay, considering this is the edge of the map here, I'm gonna guess that there is nothing actually there that you can do with this door. But was Krim also being cloned? I guess she would have to be. There was also no trophy for talking to either of them like there were for the Maiden in Red and for Vince. I already forgot what his name actually. It was Blight. His name was Blight in this game. Fucking edgelord. I never actually looked for if there was one for... Oh, there's a ship here.
A well-maintained fishing boat sits anchored in the water. You glance at the catch on board and deem it acceptable.
Okay. Is there not one for...
The entrance to the shrine is resplendent with seashells. The maiden must make a hobby of collecting them.
I guess there isn't one for the other guy, whose name I cannot remember right now.
The man gazes out at the sea, his fishing seemingly forgotten.
Unless he's just still in the room with the altar at the bottom of the sea. Yeah, he's still down here.
The attendant mutters, but to who you cannot say. Pitiful. Just pitiful. His miserable murmuring gradually melts into tense silence.
No trophy for him?
Laddie offers the maiden's relic she was given up to the altar.
Oh. Can it upgrade again?
The feelings left behind in
What?
this place by the maiden and the spirit have imbued the relic with greater power.
I'm glad I came back. I was not expecting that. We never found the altars for... Holy shit, that's so much more damage. We never found the altars for the Crimson Maiden or the Onyx Maiden. No, I think I did find the one for the Onyx Maiden, and I think we did. The boss for the Onyx Maidens section had an altar behind him, but we didn't have access to that part of the map at the time. So where was the one for the Crimson Maiden? I'm gonna go do all of these, because I get the feeling that these are going to be required for the true ending. Because there haven't been any other optional important things. Like there were in the first game. I honestly had kinda just assumed at this point that it was going to be, there is no requirement. But I have found something that is important and optional. Actually, no, I do want one more of these. And I have a bunch of gold ore to sell. Actually, wait. Is it ore? It's just a nugget, but I do wonder if this is the rare ore that the armorer and the other on the North Island was talking about. I kinda doubt it, but I can't completely... I can't completely confidently deny the possibility, so I'm going to test it just to try it. Of course.
And fight.
That is an enemy type that I have not seen, actually. Wind resist. God damn it. Oh, I know, I think I have seen this enemy type. I don't know if I've killed enough of them to get their flip side stories. Yeah.
Laddie offers the maiden's relic she was given up to the altar. The feelings
Okay.
left behind in this place by the maiden and the spirit have imbued the relic with greater power.
Actually, I think I do have an idea of where the Crimson Maiden's altar might be. There was a door in her village that I never got to see what was behind it. Hey. Wait a second. I see that exit.
The maiden's shrine yet stands, though you think it looks rather forlorn. Clearly, it has been neglected in favor of the arena.
I guess I might have to actually do the tournament that they were talking about. Because it's not giving me the option to go right now.
I never dreamt anyone would defeat that awful beast, the woman says, visibly shaking in awe of the Crimson Maiden's power.
Alright. I am gonna get back down to the altar for the Ivory Maiden and get her weapon's last upgrade. Oh, I forgot to try the blacksmith, the armorer. With the large gold chunk.
Laddie offers the maiden's relic she was given up to the altar. The feelings left behind in this place by the maiden and the spirit have imbued the relic with greater
That
power.
looks suspiciously like Angelic from near the characters. But I can't think of any word that would have two of the same letter in a row, and then immediately after that, three of the same letter in a row. And it doesn't completely match up with what I remember of the language from Nier Automata. Hmm. 11 defense is really low, but I do really want the extra 8 damage. Nah. I mean, I'm down. No. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, these are... This is the same... The guys that look like this in the first game are called the Ivory Order. I just realized that. Pichu, cute. Oh. But now I'm... Hello? Hello?
You come across a masked youth, fallen in the depths of the forest. Sunlight filters through the trees and partially illuminates her form. Though she has breathed her last,
She died anyway.
there is a certain peace in her unmoving face. You and your allies dig a modest grave for her, and then leave the place.
God damn it. They had to have her die anyway. No happy endings. I don't think there was anything else here that I left unexplored. I'm still gonna check. Yeah. Alright. Let me get back and save and end stream. Figure out who I'm raiding. Oh, yeah. I forgot. I don't know if you were there for it, Reckless, but there's a character. Wait, do I not? I don't have any. Oh, wait, shit. I accidentally saved over the... Yeah, I accidentally saved over it. There was a lady on this tile that was asking for potion, and she would not take any of the potions I had. She wanted specifically the weakest one. I didn't bother going back to her at the time, but that's the start of a trading quest that ends with one of the best armor sets in the game. One of the two that are supposed to be, like, the best in the game.
The fisherman mumbles to himself, "Oh, I just want some nice salty sea grapes." Are these what you're talking about? Out of your pack, you take a bag given to you by a woman you'd met previously and show the contents to the man. The man's eyes light up the moment they fall upon the tiny fruits of the sea. Almost instantly, he blurts out, "I'll take them off your hands."
And also that stick that the other guy was looking for as part of it. Part of
You
this
hand
quest.
your sea grapes to the fisherman. No sooner do you hand them to him than he begins devouring them with great gusto. Through a mouthful of sea grapes, the fisherman says, "Here, take this as thanks."
Felt like
He
I had
holds
something
something
in
out
my
to you.
eye, but it just keeps getting worse the more I rub it. Hi, Joe! Thank you for the raid.
He explains that he caught it in his net in some ocean or another. It had an unusual shape, so he decided to hang on to it rather than throw it away.
Spaces. You forgot the space at the end of your copy.
You push the bent stick
Thank
into
you
your
for the
pack.
raid.
It sticks out
Oh.
a bit, and you think to yourself that it's not the easiest thing to fit in there.
Um, for people who don't know me, I'm a Conacupus VTuber, sort of a mixed cyberpunk and fantasy theme. Thank you for the care package and the head pats, Joe. And if you can read my shirt, that's also part of it.
You recall the bent stick you received from the fisherman.
There's something
and
in
draw
my
it
eye.
out of your pack. The moment the man sees it,
God.
he rushes over to you and says breathlessly, "Give me that."
Damn, dude. Chill.
Taking it into his hands, the man quickly inserts it into
I
the
love
slot
you too, Joe.
and pulls it like a lever. As he does, there is the sound of a click inside the door, as though something has come unlocked. The door to the treasure hold is open. His high spirits evident in his tone, the man speaks with wonderment. "Look, countless treasures of such great historical value. You look over the treasures and can't help but feel it's all just a load of junk. Regardless, you keep your opinions to yourself." The man offers you something as thanks for giving him the bent stick.
Give me a drink, bartender.
Thank you, Quincy, for the follow.
The man explains that he procured this spherical stone from another shipwreck.
Oh.
It has little or no historical value, so he's giving it to you. You're pretty sure you don't have any use for some random stone either, but you nonetheless place it into your pack and continue on your
I swear
journey.
there's something in my eye, and it will not get out. But just rubbing my eye is just making it worse, so... And the ship is gone. I hope you're doing well, Quincy, and Joe, and Gonmus. Gonmus, you should be going to sleep, probably. That animation still makes me laugh every time I see it.
You remember the shiny stone that someone you met previously gave you and draw it from your pack. When you show it to the man, he lets out a stunned yawp, excitement flooding his features.
I wish,
The
Joe.
man casts a covetous gaze at the stone in your hand. Such wondrous luster, such perfect globularity,
Globularity.
truly a rare beauty. Well, if you want it that badly, here you go, you say, as you hand the shiny stone over to the man. Taking the stone, the man gazes at it with rapt attention, and then rubs it against his cheek as if testing its texture. Once he has sufficiently enjoyed his new acquisition, he turns to you and holds something out. The man apparently scooped this ore up from the ocean depth some time ago. This is yours. It's not round,
Oh my
so
god.
it's no good to me. People's hobbies are as diverse as people themselves, you think to yourself, as you place the silvery ore into your pack and continue on your journey.
That was an interaction. And now we take that ore to the man, the armorer in here. And he turns it into armor.
You recall the silvery ore in your pack, which has insistently asserted its heavy presence ever since finding its way inside, and take it out to show the proprietor. The smith lets loose a shout of astonishment. Why, that's a piece of rhinestone. It's vanishingly rare. The ore is evidently as valuable as it is a burden on your back. Thinking that you'd like to give the ore to someone who knows its value, you hand it over to the blacksmith. After taking it from you, the artisan retreats into the workshop at the back of the store.
A few hours later. That's
The owner returns from the
flashy.
workshop and places a splendid suit of armor on the counter. Thanks to you, I have created a true masterwork.
plus 12 armor.
It'd make a heck of a bit of marketing for my shop here if you were to wear this into battle, traveler, he continues. Lucky you, the magnificent armor is on the house. You accept it with your thanks and leave the shop.
Okay, do I... Oh, I don't want... I want the onyx relic. For... Oh, wait. Oh, right. Martialist Scarf is not one of the... She should probably be the one using that. 9 speed. Wait, no. No. I don't care if she is slow or doesn't have much attack. I want her to be able to fucking survive so she can heal when I need her to. And Baron's the one that I'm gonna have attacking a lot more often. Alright, back to continuing the main story. I had been trying to do 1 chapter per stream. My last stream was like 5.5 hours long, and chapter 4 is still going, technically, actually. I just ended it where all of the other chapters would have
Your
ended.
adventure began when you met Lack at this very altar. The self-proclaimed spirit told you that Laddie could become a maiden if you brought all the maiden's relics back to this spire. The memories of the other maidens now reside within the relics as pure light. According to Lack, only a single heart scar remains. You need only heal it with the relic's light. With the sound of Lack's familiar chant in your ears, you once again enter the heart's domain. You see a door within the blinding light. Not long after, you hear a voice.
Was my mic muted?
Beyond the door lies
No,
Laddie's
it wasn't when I was
unconscious
talking
mind,
earlier.
The voice says.
I muted it to eat
Though you have no idea what that
a
means.
piece of food right after.
The voice then delivers a warning. A half-hearted attempt will only end in heartbreak. The sound of a begrudging sigh fills the air as the door opens. The mysterious voice echoes in your head
Make for
as
the
your
land of
consciousness
woe.
fades. When you awake, your mind feels hazy, and you find yourself wondering what that voice from earlier was. Laddie, noticing your distant gaze, looks at you in concern. You recall the voice telling you to make for the land of woe. With no other leads, you decide to do as it says. After healing multiple heart scars with the help of the Maiden's relics, Laddie's heart's domain is starting to return to normal. As you gaze around, your eyes become transfixed on an area in the east that is still shrouded in black. Suddenly, the onyx stela begins to move and goes off into the distance.
Out of here.
I think the land of woe is that way, Lack says. You decide to put your faith in its words and chase after the
Statue
stela.
was fucking out of here. Gone. Done with my shit. They get to go before Laddie. Because she's slow.
Congrats.
Why did he heal? Oh, he has the... No? Why didn't Laddie heal? I don't understand. Baron doesn't have any effects that are heal over time right now. The, other than the malicious spear, that one's just something I bought to test something out. All of the other weapons I have available for Baron have some kind of extra effect that it does not list, actually, but the Onyx Spirit Sword is supposed to be heal on attack, not at the end of a round. Yeah, it's heal on attack. Why is Baron the one healing? He does not have the heal ring. He has the gemstone ring. Unless Champion of the Sea might also heal at the end of combat. Shit. I think that's what it is, actually. Because I'm used to Laddie being the one healing at the end of combat, and I thought that was just the ring applying its end of round effects before it actually decided to end combat, but it might be, and the armor has an effect that it doesn't say it has. Hi, next time. I am attempting to win. I'm trying to figure out
And
some
fight.
gameplay mechanics. Okay, yeah, it was the armor. Cool. Nice to know that all of the best gear in the game have effects that they don't list. Because this armor just says gifted to a hero who mastered the seas, but it heals at the end of combat. And all of these weapons for Baron have extra effects that they don't list. And now I want to know what the Emperor's Glory extra effect is. Because I'm assuming it has one. Every other piece of equipment with the fancy outline has one in this game. How are you next time?
Don't hold back.
I kinda wish I could actually change Lack's armor. Or any of his gear. Its gear. They've used its pronouns exclusively for Lack.
fight him off.
The weird bowling, baby-headed, horned bowling pins that are
Excellent.
weak to fire. Healing is not worth it here. I'm just gonna kill it. Never mind. Guess I'm not. Ooh. That's only 3? Wait, this spell was... What? That spell was in the first game, but it was one that you had to, like, get extremely lucky to get. It was not one that you got from level ups. Every character in the first game had skills that... It had one skill that they could only get from a random event. A random outcome from a random event. And this was one of them. But it's just... Okay. Sure. Fuck.
You manage to catch up with the Onyx Stealer. Just where do you think you're going, you ask, as you give it a tap?
Hi, Cinnamon.
When
Have fun. You saw how much I suffered with that. Actually, you didn't even see a lot of it.
the Stealer transforms into Queenie and Blight. Queenie, who appeared on her head for reasons unknown, tumbles to the ground with a yelp.
You only saw the last couple attempts. There were like 20 total.
A concerned
I forgot
Blight
she's
helps
dummy
the maiden
thick and
sit
she
up.
has the thigh
It
squish.
seems she can't shake her misfortune.
Too
even
bad
in
she's
this world.
fucking dead.
But you
Oh,
know
nice.
That the Onyx. But you know that the
Oh,
Onyx
there's
Maiden
another
died in
voice
childbirth.
line that wasn't trimmed
You
correctly.
suppose that these two are just illusions made by Laddie's heart.
Oh. Wait, they're back in the wait. What? What? They're back in the party. And they're level 24 this time. What am I giving you? You're going to be attacking a lot. And you're gonna take the other... gemstone ring. Are their abilities the same? They are. Oh, right, you already have a... We're gonna have a lot of gems. Yeah, it looks like their abilities are the same, or their attacks are the same. Shit, should I put another... Should I put a different ring on Blight? Oh, he only has 12 defense. Shit, I don't have the Ring of Protection too. I only have the normal Ring of Protection. Fuck. Which at this point, Ring of Protection 1 is just objectively worse than a lot of the... Objectively worse than the Light Stay ring. Or the Water Stay ring. +2. Or +1, technically. If I'm gonna use that. Or the Curse Stay ring. I don't know, if I'm gonna do anything with him, I don't even know if Curse is gonna be a thing here, though I guess I don't know if light damage is gonna be a thing here either. And that's... yeah. Nope. Not right now. I'm filling out the map first. Damn.
Congrats.
I might maybe be a little bit overpowered. Not like these games are hard anyway, but... Oh, Cinnamon. You know that one lady that was asking for a healing item but would only take the weakest one? Oh, more gems. Cool. I've got one less than max gems. I'm fucking going for the Mirage Burst.
Magnificent.
Hi, Emmy. Yes, we're probably fighting dads. Or dads are fighting each other. Possibly. Thank you, Emmy.
Whoa, good number.
Whoa. Aren't you still driving, Emmy?
Fight him off.
They're gonna get one shot. Okay. I was gonna say, you better be paying attention to your driving. Nothing. The rest of the map had nothing in it. On it.
Fight him off.
You have told me. Yeah. I know this one is not weak to dark. I don't know what, though. Not lightning, apparently.
The land of woe is an abyss of anguish. It is a pit of darkness into which sink her deepest, darkest desires. My, what a curious little desire you have with you, an elderly woman remarks. Something about her strikes you as strange. Lack, suddenly on the opposite end of that woman's stare, angrily retorts, "My name's not Desire." The woman explains that the queen has ordered all her subjects to keep black shadows called desires as pets. Only with greed can you proceed, she tells you, before mysteriously vanishing. Her enigmatic words leave you with nothing but questions. To find answers, you know you must explore the area for yourself first.
Also, this is some Keiichiro Kabe-ass music. I think these guys are weak to fire. Oh! Well... that makes them completely not threatening at all. Wow. Oh. It would have only done 2 damage anyway. I'm pretty sure it was fire that they're weak. No? What? The fuck are they weak to? not wind either. Thank you, Cinnamon.
Oh ye this.
Yee. Oh yee. I just looked at Blight's attack for this segment. Dude has 29 attack. Oh, there's a Ring of Protection too. I got one for free! I didn't have to pay fucking way too much money for one. I probably could have bought one when I was actually going through and buying all the rings if I had just sold all of the tier 1 rings I have, because it's not like I'm ever gonna use the tier 1s again. These guys are weak to light. It doesn't matter what they're weak to if I just one-shot them with a crit. Wait, why am I using... I mean, I know I had the gemstone ring on Baron initially, but why am I not using the Ring of Compassion with him right now? Since I have someone else to put gemstone rings on. Oh, she doesn't have great defense either, actually. If I wanted to, I could also put the, Oh, I forgot to mention, I did the other, like, best armor set. The other one was in the arena fights that the game mentioned at the end of my stream last week. And the altar for the Crimson Spirit is not on any map in the game. You go and talk to the guy at the arena, the receptionist for the arena, and he's like, I can show you where it is for 1 gold. You pay him 1 gold and it does it off screen. A whole 1 gold. So much money for how much I have at this point. So much money at any point in the game. There's never a point in the game where 1 gold is not basically nothing. That does so much fucking damage. Why is Blight slower now? Or do they have tide speed? Do they have tide speed? They do. I don't think... Yeah, neither of the rings I was considering for him had a speed increase either. I don't want to deal with them having tied speed, but I don't know what else to put on them. I can't change any of their equipment other than their ring. And the only speed rings I have are Wind, Dark, Numb, and the Ring of Evasion. I guess I could put the Ring of Evasion on Blight and just hope he doesn't get hit with his 12 defense.
You see a man lazing about. Behind him looms a dark shadow. Just leave me alone, would ya? He says, trying to shoo you away.
Oh, he's fighting us. Leave me alone, he says, and then stabs me. Oh, shit.
Magnificent.
I'm guessing these guys are resistant to dark. But... no? Okay, they're not. Huh.
Magnificent.
Oh my god. He's so squishy. One. Okay, I wonder. I'm gonna let Laddie have this kill. I'm wondering... oh, wait. It shouldn't have only done 1 damage. It should have done 2. I think. Well, there's a tiny bit of RNG. No, it's... wait. Oh, right, she heals at the end of a round. Right. That's where that feeling came from.
The shadow melts into your body, His desire gone, the man squats down in place. Damn, you're greedy, he sneers. You see an elderly man devouring what looks to be a feast. Behind him looms a dark shadow. He then looks at Lack and licks his lips. Ah, you'll make a fine dessert, he murmurs hungrily.
We're gonna have to fight everyone we come across. Alrighty, Emmy. Stay safe,
And
please.
teamwork makes the dream work. Ow. They're not resistant to dart. Apparently. Fortune favors the bold.
I am going to avoid killing this one immediately. And hope it doesn't attack Blight again. Oh. 80% chance. 80% chance. Callus is dead. Crab.
The shadow melts into your body. His desire gone, the man begins to drool. Your greed is insatiable, he spits in disgust. You hear what sounds like a lock coming undone. Perhaps a door has opened somewhere.
Damn. Oh, hey. You're actually not dead. You're the only duo that's still not dead. I don't think there is an award. It's just a triumph. I
A
thought.
familiar knight and young girl face each other, their desires beside them. You recognize the pair as the Crimson Maiden and her attendant. It looks like they're making their desires do battle. My desire is the strongest, Lavia shouts, getting fired up for the fight. It certainly looks very tough, Queenie remarks, praising the other maiden's desire. Lavia blushes and rubs her nose bashfully. Apparently, she's not used to getting praised. Behind the two maidens, Gladio's desire claims an easy victory. You can do it, Lavia shouts to her desire.
Okay, no more dialogue there. Just that. And they're dead. Okay. Yeah. I don't think that was related to finishing on Legendary, though. Granted, I only did it on Legendary. I can just kill them here. It what? Okay. Okay, then. Shit, with how hard that fight was on Legendary. I'm glad there's something, at least. Legendary solo, I mean. Yeah, the other exotic was for stasis, and I do not give a shit, even remotely, about Stasis Warlock. So. They really should have made it two exotics about, not about, two exotics that work with Strand. Destiny 2 has become the second strand type game.
A woman looks inside of her wallet and sighs. Behind her looms a dark shadow. The woman turns to you and exclaims, "I am sick of being poor." The shadow behind her then leaps at you.
Wow, what a surprise.
And fight. Magnificent.
And they're dead. $2,000 XP for that?
The shadow melts into your body. Her desire gone, the woman glares daggers at you. How greedy can one person be? She asks with a scoff. You see a man holding a mirror, fussing with his hair. Behind him looms a dark shadow. Once he notices Laddie at your side, he grows angry. How dare you walk beside a woman? He
What?
rages.
How dare I be friends with some lady? What? They are weak to fire. Okay. Cope.
Magnificent.
Ow.
Fortune
Shut
favors
the
the bold.
fuck up. Oh, I really didn't need to heal Queenie there. I forgot she heals on attack.
The shadow melts into your body. His desire gone, the man glares at you with disdain. Greedy jerk, he scowls. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
Yeah. Wow, this is really dumb. I wonder. Oh, nope. I was gonna say, I wonder if he would still be the highest speed with the Azure Spirit's relic, but no. Although, I haven't really needed the heal on attack from the Onyx Spirit's relic. I could have more attack. Oh damn, this is a big area. Holy shit. This is gonna take a bit to clear out.
And fight.
To fill in the map, I mean. I don't know. Although, for the boss, I'm not sure. Not abilities. Oh, I was gonna say the Crimson Spirit's relic also has an attack, a crit rate increase. That's its passive. So there's 2 crit rate increases on now, and more attack. But for the boss fight, I'm not sure. I'm probably not going to use the Crimson Spirit's relic, but I'm not sure which of these I would want. Because this one has heal at the end of every round. It's only 3 though. This one has heal 5 on every attack, and this one just generates an extra gem at the start of the fight, but it also has 5 higher attack than everything else. And Baron is my big damage man. Yeah, there's not really anything with Baron that I would care to switch off of.
The shadowy desire
AoE
suddenly
heal
leaps
for.
at you.
Oh. Yikes. No crit. Would have done another fourth of their health if I did get the crit there. I should have attacked the other one. Oh, it didn't matter anyway, they're faster than Laddie. Okay, maybe I should use the AoE heal, fuck. And Vince is still not at full. I might as well. It would have been a guaranteed kill anyway, I'm pretty sure, but there's nothing that... Oh my god, thank you for dodging it. Welcome back, Weckless. I'm getting so much XP for these fights.
Just as the shadow dissipates, you hear a door unlocking in the east. It sounds like a new path has opened.
Is this one actually unlocked?
Your hand is repelled the moment you take the handle. It seems you won't be getting past without defeating another shadow.
Original.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens. Don't hold back.
Damn, no crit. Doesn't matter though. Vince has got my back. I think the Minotaur shadows are weak to fire. Not that it matters, because my attack is so high at this point that it doesn't really matter. I hope we get... I hope someone in the party gets a skill at some point that is as broken as, the Bard ladies. In the first game, one of the... Oh yeah, it's really fast. It's also very funny to me that they had us go back to the Black Garden, but they didn't make any new maps, which for one one-off quest I wouldn't really expect them to. Or they didn't import one of the Destiny 1 Black Garden maps. They reused the maps from... They put you through the Garden of Salvation backwards. It's just the Garden of Salvation areas. But you go through them in reverse order.
At your party, then suddenly lunges at you, as if to swallow you whole.
Garden of Salvation, not Vault. Oh, Vault of Grass. Okay, I realized. I really want to do Vault of Glass in Destiny 2 just to get Vex Mythoclast to use for a solar build. Fuck.